aumento del nivel del mar, así como la acelerada pérdida de glaciares, amenazan la infraestructura básica, el suministro de agua limpia, la producción agrícola, la generación eléctrica y generan desplazamientos migratorios que ponen en riesgo la vida de millones de habitantes de la región. Sin embargo, la abundancia de recursos naturales, así como la extraordinaria riqueza y diversidad de ecosistemas, colocan en una posición determinante en la lucha global contra el cambio climático. ¿Cómo pueden las soluciones basadas en la naturaleza favorecer la mitigación y la adaptación a la crisis climática actual y futura y al mismo tiempo ayudar a preservar el capital natural? ¿Cuál es el rol de las áreas protegidas para la conservación de la biodiversidad? ¿Qué políticas públicas son las más eficientes para reducir las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero, frenar la deforestación y la degradación de ecosistemas? ¿Qué oportunidades abre para la región el proceso global de transición energética para lograr un mayor desarrollo sostenible sin dejar de trabajar por ser una región con menor desigualdad y mayor crecimiento? De biodiversidad en la región y ofrece una mirada multisectorial a los retos y oportunidades regionales para encarar esta crisis. CAF, Banco de Desarrollo de América Latina y el Caribe.
Good morning, everyone. Hello. So we have the pleasure to have with us the main economist of the directorate, Paolo. It's a pleasure to have you with us today. It's a pleasure to have this discussion, and we'd like to go through the report that you have prepared. You have talked about regional solutions and big challenges that was presented 2.5 months ago in Santa Marta, and I think its repercussion and impact, it's quite broad within all of the region, but also in the COP28 where we are right now. Thank you, Alicia. It's a pleasure to be here among you and have the opportunity to talk about this report. As you said, it was launched 2 months ago in Santa Marta, and we are also distributing it among the CAF countries. We still have to send it to some other countries, but in this report, we talk about the protection of biodiversity and challenges regarding climate change in Latin America and the Caribbean, and this is for the region. And that is why I think that this debate has to integrate the importance of climate change and the importance of the protection of climate change, because our importance and the importance of our resources is extremely important. So we cannot talk about biodiversity without taking into account climate change. And in the report, we mentioned clearly that it's two phenomena that are very much interlinked and intertwined. So the report, as I was saying, makes first a description of the impacts on climate change on the region to begin with. And it also shows how these impacts are more and more important and more extreme and more frequent too. We mention on a regular basis about the 17 million people on that region that are impacted by hurricanes, wildfires, droughts, for example, and this is more and more frequent and more intense, so its consequences are more severe. If you want, we can go one by one regarding the different items on the report. No, it's not necessary. I think the analysis that you carry out is very useful to be used as a guide of the CAF, and also how these can be used as a leverage for the different countries and how this pavilion can act as a solution. And as you were saying, we present how the ecosystems can contribute to mitigate both the emissions and the impact on climate change. I'd like you to tell us a bit now what's the biggest problem that you are facing that you have identified, especially when it comes to adaptation, because you underline the importance of the severe impact of some of the aspects. So could you please share some examples that could be of significance with us? Yes, as I was saying before, the report is saying that biodiversity plays an important role, and it does so because it's very important for the response that we have to provide in front of the mitigation of climate change. We are a region with that contains 1/4 of the forests worldwide, and this captures the carbon-14, and that contributes to mitigate the effects of climate change. And on the very same region, we still have a huge potential to increase that potential. We have not still reached our full potential, so we could improve how we manage soils and forests, and we can do a lot to contribute more to provide a solution to the global warming. On the other hand, ecosystems are very important too for our own adaptation in front of climate change. For example, mangroves are very important to protect the people that are living on coastal cities when it comes to hurricanes, storms, because they protect from wind and tides. And this is a protecting measure, barrier for people who live in coastal areas in the Caribbean and other islands. Actually, mangroves can decrease the damages caused by floods, and this is very important from an economic perspective. It would represent $12 billion that could be saved in terms of infrastructures thanks to the protection provided by mangroves. And that is why we have to adapt better to climate change. I could mention more examples, like, for example, forests or trees in cities, because it stimulates the water cycle, it decreases the temperature. So in that report, we put a lot of effort to put in light the benefits of all of these systemic services that are very important to provide a good answer to climate change and to adapt. And it is also important for our own development process. And that is why sometimes we take it for granted and we tend not to adapt. For example, pollination is a good example of it. Sometimes it's not an important or unknown role, for example, when it comes to bees and the added value in the agri-food sector. Actually, when bees pollinate some plants like some flowers, among others, it represents 30% of the value of these crops. So if ecosystems are degraded and if forests disappear, then the populations of bees will decrease too, and this will have an impact on our agri-food sector production and hence ultimately in the countries. So that is why I'm saying that ecosystems are key to mitigate climate change and also to foster our own economic and social development. And that is why we have to underline the importance of these ecosystems and try to have good ecosystems that are taken into consideration when we make decisions. One of the things that caught our attention on that report is the title, Global Challenges, Regional Solutions, which is contradictory in a way. So I'd like you, please, if you don't mind, to dig in regarding that within the COP20. So could you please give us some more context? Why that title and what does it mean actually? Well, the challenges of climate change are global and they are urgent and they're huge too. But what we're underlining here is that the solutions are regional. The solutions will vary according to the different countries we're in. And the solution of Latin America is a solution that, according to our vision, has to integrate the role of biodiversity when it comes to providing a response to this global warming. And we have to set as a cornerstone the forest preservation and the protection of nature. As we were saying before, forests play a key role at a global level when it comes to capturing carbon. So if we have a better forest, we can improve our contributions. So the Latin American solution needs to set as a cornerstone the protection of biodiversity, and we have to put a lot of effort in adapting, because we are vulnerable and exposed to the effects of climate change, and that is why we were saying that this has to be a priority for us in our region, because we have to embed that within a context. We have structural challenges that we have not overcome yet. So these regional solutions are and take place in a region that's quite fragile. We've had actually some levels of economy that were under the threshold during the last 60 years, and we have to know that we are very unequal in the planet as a region in terms of inclusion, and we're very, very unequal again. So we have these challenges, and also now we find ourselves in front of the situation in which we have to provide some solutions for climate change. So adaptation has to play an important role, because otherwise the impact on climate change can exacerbate and increase the problems to vulnerable population. For example, when it comes to agri-food sector capacity in a specific region, because we are the first exporter of the world, we have to know that, and exports for us are key. So we also say that every region, every country, every city has to have its own adaptation capacities, because everything changes a lot depending on the location, depending on the economic development of the region, and that is why its adaptation capacity has to be local and not global. So there's room for improvements to improve those diagnoses, and also to be able to adapt to every single risk of every single region. I'd like to ask you, by the way, that CAF has come to an agreement, and they're going to allocate 40% of its funding to biodiversity and climate change. Do you think that this report is relevant? Precisely, do you think, in your opinion, we could work more on that regard? Well, the truth is we need a lot of resources in the region, as I was saying before. We have to invest on adaptation, and the needs are huge among us. So whenever we think of resources, we always think that we need more, because the regions need to adapt, of course. So the help of the multilateral agreements and CAF is vital, without the shadow of a doubt. On the other hand, the region has to contribute, and this is very important in the context of the COP28, where we find ourselves, and the debates that we are having among the countries. So as I was saying, the regions have to contribute to decrease their global emissions, because if we analyze the results and advancements from the Paris Agreement and of the COP, we have to know that figures do not always match, because the addition of the different contributions is not enough to reach the goals set by the Paris Agreement. And that means that we have to increase the contributions, and every single country has to contribute to that, because otherwise we will not reach the goal to decrease the emissions. And of course, if every country has to contribute, we have also to mention climate justice, because Latin America and other regions and sub-regions of Latin America, like the Caribbean, have historically contributed, well, not quite a lot when it comes to issuing gas emissions, but they are very much impacted by these policies. And that is why it is very complicated to make it compatible, because we have to reduce our emissions and we have to commit with social and climate justice. So funding is a way to solve these tensions. And that is why the Latin American countries have to contribute, but part of that cost have to come or have to be allocated and distributed among the developed countries. And this can be done via good conditions of funding for the region. Do you think that the capacity of Latin America to solve their problems when it comes to Latin America is known enough outside of that region? And do you think, well, I think so, by the way, but I'd like you to confirm it. Well, I'd like to say that this is an opportunity to get us known. We have one quarter of the forests of the country, and they play a key role when it comes to capturing carbon and diminishing the negative effects on global warming. So every year, the region captures a very important quantity of carbon dioxide, and this is very important. We've got the Amazon, for example, that plays a huge and central role when it comes to capturing these gases. And sometimes we do not know what its benefits are, but we have to know that the Amazon plays a key role because the crops of the Pampa region play an important role when it comes to the water cycle. So if the region has a good response to the climate change, it will have some benefits at the regional level too. And it is very important to spread that information in this forum. Well, thank you very much. I'd like you to tell us how this is going, how you are actually spreading the word of that report. Well, as I was saying before, it was launched 2 months ago, and we are, well, presenting it before the countries because we'd like to have a regional scope, of course, even if it's not always possible, but we'd like to go farther than that. And that is why we go country by country. We try to gather with the decision makers and we present the report and we debate about that, taking into account the context and the reality of the countries and regions we're in. We've been already in 6 countries of the regions, and I think we still have to go to some more. And the idea is that during the first semester of 2024, before we launch the following report, that, by the way, I'd like to seize the opportunity to say that our team is already working on the 2024 report that will focus on energy transition, which is another huge challenge that our region has. Well, thank you very much, Pablo. Thank you very much once again for sending us the main bullet points of your report. I think it's very important to get to know there. And I think this space is a safe place and it could act as a loudspeaker so that people are aware of what you're doing. So best of luck in this cycle. And thank you once again, Pablo. Well, thank you. It was a pleasure to be here and be able to share my experiences with these reports. Thank you very much.
Hello, good afternoon to you all. Good morning to all of us and you joining us from Latin America and the Caribbean. Here we are in the Latin America and the Caribbean Pavilion sponsored by CAF in this COP. We are going to talk about the launch of the book, No One is Saved Alone, Dreams in Action. We're here with Gustavo Bellis, member of the Pontifical Academy of Social Sciences. What are we talking about here? Well, thank you very much, Alicia. It's a pleasure to be here in the CAF Pavilion. So this book is a CAF initiative, actually, stemming from Sergio Granados and Vice President's initiative, and it talks about the apostolic exhortation of Pope Francis. It was recently published, actually, just a few weeks ago, and it is a continuity, it's a continuation of the Laudato Si, that encyclical by Pope Francis, a very widely acclaimed encyclical. So Pope Francis thought that we should reinforce this climate action, and therefore he published this apostolic exhortation. From there, we started working and we convened a very important group of worldwide experts in order to talk about this exhortation. We used technical experts within CAF, yourself amongst them. You're leading this sector, and they've contributed to these ideas. In this book, we have the contributions of different thought leaders about how we can strengthen our action, a call to action. That's why we call this book Dreams in Action in terms of climate activities. So we want to carry out concrete actions within this Conference of the Parties in the UAE. Just to mention a few people who've contributed to this book, Mariana Mazzucato, we have a current Mexican chancellor, then one of the main thought leaders at global level, Daniele Nerariti. We also have here the president of Social Science Academy in the Vatican, Helen Atford, the president of the International Confederation of Catholic Universities, Isabel Catila-Hill. So all in all, great number of experts who've contributed to this call to action of Pope Francis, who unfortunately cannot be here with us. However, this book is very important. So if you allow me, I would like to speak about the main three elements of this book and that exhortation by Pope Francis. So basically, there are three different transitions that we have to deal with. Firstly, that transition from the old diplomacy to the new multilateralism. He speaks about a bottom-up multilateralism from the peoples, the marginalized people and people in poverty. So he really highlights this in his exhortation. Then there is a second transition where he talks about climate mitigation and resiliency and climate adaptation. Obviously, this is very much linked with giving to poor people strategies to become resilient in terms of food security and energy security. The third aspect is the ethical issues, which is mentioned in the book, and this is related to how we can overcome that technocratic paradigm. So, you know, we have to go beyond numbers. That's why we thought it was key in this book to mention all the ethical dilemmas that are involved in this climate transition. Financing as well, Vera Songwen, she's an expert, and together with her colleague, they've come up with a very important report on how we can leverage finance with climate action. So they've contributed to this book and they give very concrete ideas on how we can move to billions to trillions, which is what we need at the moment to overcome that climate gap. Thank you very much. I must say that for all of us, who've contributed from CAF, it was so exciting to receive these messages from Pope Francis, and it would have been great to have him here in the pavilion. But I wanted to ask you, knowing our field of work, do you think that we can be aligned to the messages that you've received, working with the communities and adaptation? What's your vision? Yes, Alicia. So we can go into details here in the book. In the book, we can see that, we speak about the transformation of human mobility. Reference is made to the report on knowledge sector published by CAF in terms of climate change. It's related to education. Education is key in climate action, and local communities there should be involved. We also speak about that financial and economical dimension. CAF authorities are always working on how to strengthen that financial muscles in the institutions and development banks. So we open up a debate and a great opportunity to work on those special rights so that they become green ecological rights. We keep on talking about strengthening finance devoted to climate change and adaptation strategies, not just mitigation activities. So this sort of funding should be channeled through some sort of capitalization of development bank. And by doing this, we could multiply the impact by 3, 4, or even 5 times. So the right holders, could turn these actions into green actions. We could really talk about this for hours, and you're also an expert, so it'd be nice to hear you on this. Well, yes, the message that Pope Francis conveys, is very much forward-looking, and that's very inspirational in our working agenda. We think about how to link social, environmental, and ethical aspects, because it's all part of our shared agenda that we have to work on. And that's why the CAF team, we're always trying to cover all aspects related to sustainability and the financial aspects. Here in the COP, this is exactly what we need. We need these guidelines and these sort of messages so that we can set our priorities. But what do you think? This encyclical and this book that you've coordinated and published and edited, could it have an impact on the conversations that are taking place in the negotiations areas and all these different pavilions? Well, this call to action is an universal one from the Academy of Social Sciences and the Vatican. We keep on organizing high-level meetings. We are all aware of the high level of moral authority by Pope Francis every time he receives the heads of states. He's become a key person, and he's very much one of the main people in this field. However, we need to accelerate our transformation at global level. We can see that funding levels are slowing down, funding is not enough, and we also need to think about the governance of the multilateralism on the multilateral level. We need to rethink it, I believe. In this book, we also talk about something which is related to what Pope Francis says. We need to listen to the people. Marita, very important Argentinian expert. She's worked on different publications, and she says here in this book that in terms of public opinion in Latin America, only 3 out of 10 people surveyed think that their governments are doing enough on protecting the climate. And this is also the case in other continents, not just in Latin America and the Caribbean. it's the same in other countries and continents. So there is a gap in terms of action. And I could even quantify this in Vera Songwes with Nicolas Ster's report. They say that we need 2.4 trillions to close that climate action gap currently. That figure hasn't even been covered with the 100 billion that the most developed countries had committed to with a Green Climate Fund. So those 2.3 trillions account for those 2 trillions that from 2020 and 2022 invested the world in terms of subsidies for fossil fuels. It's very paradoxical. So it's actually the same amount of money that has been invested to subsidize fossil fuels. And that's the amount that we need to close that gap in terms of global climate action. So it's not an issue of lack of resources, but rather political will. That's what we say here. I wish that our sons and future generations and future leaders do not turn against us because we have not done enough and we've turned our backs to this world and earth and nature. So in the preliminary message here, we say that we are still in time to stop global warming. However, we need to work on this from a moral and ethical perspective. Well, Pope Francis' message is completely in line with what we are experiencing here in the negotiations. Time is running out. So I would like to finish with a double question. We're here in the Latin American Caribbean Pavilion, CAF Pavilion, focused on we are the solution, we are solution. So do you think that, you know, Pope Francis is someone who comes from this region, Latin America and the Caribbean, and therefore his ideas, you know, are embedded into this book? And the title of the book actually is No One is Safe, Talon. How could we put this into context, linking it with the slogan of this pavilion? Well, thank you. In life, we shouldn't be too optimistic nor too pessimistic, because otherwise we will be really discouraged. We have to be hopeful, and Latin America is the continent of hope. There are several publications within CAF, you know, and the scientific and technological systems in our region, for instance, in Argentina, managed to discover, for instance, potatoes resistant to different pests or drought resistant wheat, so we're more resilient. And the same thing goes for indigenous peoples, who are so important, and they are mentioned here in the book. When indigenous peoples care for the Amazons and the forests in Brazil, the emissions decrease in 20 times. So we need to involve native peoples in the caring of their lands. For instance, in Brazil, we saw another example in Costa Rica with sustainable tourism and their environment, the emission of debt for climate, such as the case of Ecuador and Galapagos, that linkage between debt emissions and climate performance. It's a Norwegian initiative. So there are so many good initiatives in our region in order to guide the world beyond our mineral resources. Here in the book, I also talk about artificial intelligence. 1st of January next year, you know, well, every 1st of January, Pope always prays for peace, but this time he will pray for peace and AI at the service of peace, because AI can really contribute to the climate struggle and reduce the carbon footprint. So we are a land of hope. We offer solutions, as our slogan says, and this book is very much aligned with that hope that we need to maintain in hard times. We can be leaders, we can have our own voice, and we can be connected when we say no one is safe alone, because we can offer positive solutions. Well, thank you so much, first of all, for the great work that you carried out in terms of editing. And also thank you for allowing us to contribute, so many of us, from CAF. And I wish that Pope Francis' message is very much taking into account in these negotiations so that we can progress. Yes, thank you so much, Alicia, and thank you to CAF for this opportunity. It's a testimony of the rapid response by global experts. We convinced them and they contributed to the book so quickly. All your colleagues responded very quickly because we published this book in a very short amount of time, as Pope Francis says. Thank you. It's a beautiful book. Thank you.
event, We Are the Caribbean, We Are the Solution. We will start with an introductory video.
Hogar de una riqueza marina incomparable, que incluye arrecifes de coral, manglares y praderas de pastos marinos, el Caribe insular es el corazón de la diversidad marina del Atlántico. Región compuesta por 30 naciones y territorios y cerca de 4 millones de kilómetros cuadrados de océano, es un hotspot de biodiversidad global, donde hasta un 35% de especies son endémicas y donde destacan más de 1.400 especies de peces, 30 especies de cetáceos, 23 de aves marinas y más de 25 géneros de corales están presentes en el Caribe. Esta alta biodiversidad, en especial la concentrada en los más de 10.000 kilómetros cuadrados de arrecifes coralinos, provee de importantes servicios ecosistémicos que sostienen las principales actividades productivas de casi 45 millones de habitantes, la pesca y, sobre todo, el turismo. El Caribe es la región que más depende del turismo en el mundo. El sector representa más del 15% de su Producto Interno Bruto y actividades como el buceo y el snorkel o el disfrute de sus playas y su gastronomía atraen a cerca de 30 millones de visitantes anualmente. Sin embargo, la degradación de la biodiversidad, la emergencia climática caracterizada por las olas de calor que destruyen los corales y la contaminación, consecuencia de formas desactualizadas de producción y consumo que resultan insostenibles, ponen en riesgo la salud de la industria del turismo del Caribe y, por ende, toda su economía. La región enfrenta otros importantes desafíos socioeconómicos y de desarrollo. Poblaciones pequeñas pero en crecimiento, recesión económica y pobreza se suman a problemáticas ambientales como floraciones masivas de sargazo que afectan al turismo, la pesca y la salud de las comunidades. Alta vulnerabilidad al cambio climático, incluyendo el aumento del nivel del mar, erosión costera, afectaciones sobre ecosistemas estratégicos, mayor incidencia de fenómenos naturales como tormentas tropicales, huracanes y sequías, desarrollo costero no planificado que altera hábitats naturales, contaminación por residuos sólidos y líquidos provenientes de fuentes terrestres, así como sobrepesca y pesca ilegal, no declarada y o no reglamentada. CAF, en su camino a convertirse en el Banco Verde y el Banco Azul de la región, ha comprometido $1.250 millones en financiación directa para la protección y el desarrollo sostenible de las zonas marítimas y costeras de América Latina y el Caribe. Se ha elaborado un decálogo de compromisos CAF Azul, documento base para la propuesta estratégica para el océano y la economía azul sostenible en América Latina y el Caribe, como referente para impulsar acciones positivas por los océanos y como parte de la estrategia de ser una región solución. Este decálogo busca motivar a las naciones caribeñas a consolidar la economía azul como una oportunidad de crecimiento económico inclusivo en una región mega diversa y multicultural, que mejore la calidad de vida de la población mediante la conservación y utilización sostenible de su biodiversidad marina y aumente su resiliencia frente a los efectos negativos del cambio climático. CAF, Banco de Desarrollo de América Latina y el Caribe.
Lovely. Please help me welcome Ms. Alicia Montalvo, Manager for Climate Action and Positive Biodiversity at CAF.
Thank you. Good afternoon. We are competing, obviously, with other events, but we will try hard. Well, the Caribbean is of high priority for CAF. Probably you know that since July, we changed our name. We were the Development Bank of Latin America, and now we are the Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean. And this is very important for us Consistently, we have established a Caribbean regional management, as you well know, based in Trinidad and Tobago, and are working to have new Caribbean countries becoming shareholders of CAF. The Caribbean is undoubtedly the bluest region in the hemisphere and the most dependent of sustainable blue economy. That's why the Caribbean is one of the regions most benefit of the commitment we made in the United Nations Ocean Conference in Lisbon in 2022 to mobilize 1.25 billion, as it has been stressed, in direct financing to support the protection of sustainable development of maritime and coastal areas in Latin America and the Caribbean during the period 2022-2026. So we are now moving from vision to action. We are trying to implement actions that are really have an impact on the region. We all are aware of the diverse biodiversity that provides essential ecosystemic services to the countries of the Caribbean countries in tourism, fishing, maritime industry, recreational, cultural activities. However, the region faces socioeconomic and development challenges such as small but growing populations, economic recession, and poverty. Environmental issues compound these challenges: high vulnerability to climate change, unplanned coastal development, pollution from solid and liquid waste, overfishing and illegal, unreported, unregulated fishing, and the sargasso blooms that impact on tourism. The objective of this event is to reflect on the role of the Caribbean as a global marine biodiversity hotspot and its high environmental, social, and economic vulnerability to climate change. It also aims to analyze the prospects of sustainable blue economy as a development engine that enables the achievement of sustainable development goals for the region and enhance its ecological and climate resilience. Above all, we are trying to present how the Caribbean countries can contribute also to the solution of climate change through the blue economy and improving their actions that really solve the deep impacts of climate change. So now we will have this event with very relevant speakers, and we are looking forward to having a discussion on the main issues we are working in the Caribbean. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alicia, for your enlightening words. We are now honored to welcome Mr. Edmund Bartlett, Minister of Tourism in Jamaica.
Thank you so much, and a very pleasant good afternoon to this distinguished group of partners representing not just the Caribbean and Latin America, but certainly some like Peter as far afield as Fiji and elsewhere. But I think this constellation of us who represent more the SIDS are all brought together by one single factor called the oceans. And so by and large, we have to respond, and we have to deal with the issues, grapple with the challenges, but most importantly, as Peter and I concluded a little while ago, find solutions. And so I think that the topic that we've chosen for today is so apropos. We, the Caribbean, yes? We are solutions. And that's nice and positive, and especially in this time when the world seems so preoccupied with all the things that are not happening right, that the Caribbean can find a space where we could begin to think positively, but more importantly, to believe in ourselves and in our own capacity to innovate and to find solutions, to find new ways of doing old things, and find some new ways too to make a difference in all our space. So, yes, we in the Caribbean, we are the solution. As the disruptive impact, of course, of climate change is projected to intensify for economies dependent on tourism, particularly us in the Caribbean, and I just want to emphasize that the Caribbean is said to be the most tourism-dependent region on Earth. And we have a dependence on GDP of some 40% on average. Of the 25 top countries of the world with high dependence on tourism, the Caribbean has 13. And we are second, Antigua and Barbuda and Aruba, to the Maldives. So the Maldives is number one, and then comes the Caribbean, all behind to the next 13. Jamaica is 13th, and we are 32% dependence in GDP. So the collective reorientation, therefore, of purpose, I think is necessary to steer our tourism in a more balanced, resilient, and sustainable trajectory. This vision will be achieved by addressing and readdressing, in fact, current practices and trends in the industry that contribute to the imprudent use of limited natural resources and contribute to the misalignment of economic growth with the conservation of both land and ocean and marine ecosystems. Ultimately, the thrust towards sustainable, resilient, and balanced tourism emphasizes the integration of environmentally sustainable and climate-resistant practice into every facet, in fact, of our tourism product. And you will forgive me for emphasizing this. I did indicate that we're the most tourism-dependent region on Earth. And a little later on, you will find out a few bits of statistics about how much that point that I made is apropos. So we have to then look at how we build, how we design, how we look at the construction of accommodation, and also room services that we provide, transportation systems that we provide, waste management, maintenance, water supplies and utilities, and in general, all the areas that constitute consumption, bearing in mind that tourism is the most consumption-driven activity on planet Earth. The propensity to consume of a tourist is 3 to 5 times that of the local. So you think of whatever that footprint is, and you will understand what we're talking about. So the Caribbean region has been specifically recognized, I think, by the UN Secretary General as the ground zero for global climate change emergency. And he emphasized, in fact, that small island states in low-lying coastal areas like us in the Caribbean are exceptionally susceptible to what he described as the most significant challenge confronting our world today, the climate crisis. Similarly, the UNDP recently projected that the Caribbean will become the world's most vulnerable tourist destination between 2025 and 2050. I just want to say that again, not to scare us, but to understand where we're going if we don't do what we must do, is that the UNDP is suggesting that the Caribbean will become the world's most vulnerable tourist destination between 2025 and 2050. Now, it's a very interesting period because the projection for increase in tourist movement across planet Earth is that over the next 25 years, 1 billion more tourists will travel across the globe. Just before COVID, 2019, 1.4 billion tourists went across the world and spent $9 trillion in the process, yes? But add 1 billion more, and then you talk 2.4 billion tourists across the world in the next 10 years. The prospect, of course, in terms of expenditure is significant because that could be $12-13 trillion, I'm told, US. But the impact on planet Earth is going to be significant. Because while currently we say that about 8% of global green gas emissions are attributed to tourism, double tourist arrivals across the globe, and are we going to double that? 16%? Maybe not. So then, what we think that because of the coastal nature of our geography and the fact that we are in the third largest ocean in the world, and the Caribbean Sea is particularly huge in that regard, with a volume of water that is unbelievably strong. And so we are susceptible to all types of climate events. We have more hurricanes, arguably, than any other region on planet Earth. And in recent times, we're seeing earthquakes, so seismic issues also are developing. 80% of the tourism of the Caribbean is along the coastal areas. And our big push and marketing thrust in the region is the 3 S's: sand, sea, and sun. The implications of that, of course, for management of the coastal ecosystems, and not just the coastal, but the blue economy, if you call it, the blue oceans as we have them, is huge. And it requires, therefore, a certain level of training and knowledge, information to our people. Information as how to understand what's happening around you. But I think that there are 5 key steps that we need to follow. And for our sins, we have developed institutions within the region that are focusing now on climate management in a serious way. And we have legislative arrangements so that the public policies, we have ministries now that are dealing specifically with climate change and environmental issues. And my brother here from Colombia is a testament of that. So more and more of us are recognizing that to build human capacity to manage the climate crisis is at the heart of our own sustainable future. We have developed the principles around resilience building as a key to enable capacity to, 1, track disruptions, particularly weather events. Secondly, to mitigate against these impacts. Thirdly, to manage these impacts when they arrive, as they do inevitably in many instances, as we saw with COVID-19. And then to recover, and to recover quickly. And fifthly, to thrive. So we established the Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center at the University of the West Indies as part of that whole process of developing ideas, creating new tools, and enabling a deeper dive into these 5 key steps that have to be taken and understood in order for us to be able to sustain our development and growth within the Caribbean area. And we are excited about the prospects that has gone even beyond Jamaica and the Caribbean into Africa and into the United States of America and Canada and in Europe. And we're looking at areas also in Asia. The United Nations declared February 17th as the World Tourism Resilience Day. And that's a big thing, I think, for us in an industry that is now growing and that has bounced back faster than any other. And for us in the Caribbean and Jamaica, just to give you another bit of statistics, 20% of the employment of the Caribbean is attributed directly to tourism activities. 1 in 5 of all the workers of the Caribbean work within the tourism industry. and 25% of the GDP of the region overall is from tourism. It means, therefore, that the solutions that we have to find to be able to respond to the climate crisis are impelling. They are immediate. They are impatient of time. And so we want to invest more in ideas. I want to close by just indicating that the future of our own process is locked heavily in the capacity of our people. Our people represents our gold. Our people are the treasures, and within them reside the capacity for our future. To give them the tools to work with, by exposing them to more information, to enable them to broaden their perspectives on many things, but more importantly, to be able to innovate, to find new ways of doing the old things, to build the better mousetrap, to always be able to add value in your space. So CAF has come along, and I'm proud to see how it has responded to these calls. And with investment in the environment, and investment in capacity building, and in training, and investment also in small and medium enterprises that are the backbone too of the future of your economy, CAF is leading the way to enable a stronger and more vibrant Caribbean as we not only struggle with the challenges that the climate crisis offers, but as we find solutions to be able to overcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister, for your significant message. It is our honor now to please present Mr. Thompson from the United Nations Special Envoy for Oceans.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everybody. Minister, Excellencies, all courtesies observed, and thanks for the opportunity of addressing you all. You know, over the last 2 years, and I want to continue that positive message that the Minister gave, but also which we see up there of solutions, because it's easy to be down the mouth with where we find ourselves on the planet these days, but with solutions we can get out of it. So I want to point out that over the last 2 years, there's been this positive wave of ocean action sweeping around the planet. And it's a wave that hope can ride. Hope can actually ride on that wave with growing confidence. Because when you look at what's being done and you imagine that that wave could have been possible like just 3 years ago, you would have said, no, we can't get there. But we've got there. You know, we've got the BBNJ Treaty now agreed to. We've got the Global Biodiversity Framework, 30% of the planet to be protected by 2030, agreed to. When I say agreed to, I mean every country on the planet has agreed to these things. We've got the Plastic Pollution Treaty under negotiation, and the negotiations are going very well. Anger Anderson was telling us yesterday in Nairobi. We've got the ban on harmful fisheries subsidies. It's a big deal, you know. There's $20 to $30 billion of public funds every year going into subsidizing industrial fishing fleets to go and chase diminishing stocks of fish in the ocean, you know, that kind of human madness. Anyway, those talks are making steady progress as well. So all these things are happening, and you know, so I think we have to take heart from that. And we can see it in the way that private sector is responding. You know, corporations and banks, they're all wanting to be part of the action now. They see the wisdom of being part of the action. And that didn't used to be the case. And I can tell you that as one of the ambassadors that, you know, designed the SDGs, and how there was just so little interest in the sustainable blue economy back in those days. We had to really push hard to get SDG 14 into existence. And it was thanks to the SIDS that we got there. But behind that wave, behind that energy was always the philanthropies and the NGOs, and they were always there, they were always pointing this out, and they haven't gone away, they've kept up their good work, and they're continuing on with compounding energy. And the other good thing is ocean science. You know, we can't do any of this without ocean science. Well, ocean science is now receiving more attention than at any other stage in human history right now. So, you know, it's all a reason for feeling good about things. And, you know, if you combine the power of the BBNJ Treaty, what is envisaged there, with the global biodiversity framework of 30% of the planet being protected, and you think about, you know, where's that 30% going to be? Well, obviously a lot of it's going to be in the high seas. Well, now we've got the power to do that because of BBNJ. So, you know, as I say, ride the wave with confidence and we will progress. We just can't sit around with our heads down. So the big cry to all of you who have connections with your governments, of course, is ratify and implement. These agreements have been made, but they don't come into force until sufficient numbers have actually ratified them. And that process is underway, receiving quite good progress. But we need a lot more. And certainly by the time we get to the UN Ocean Conference in Nice, we want to see them all ratified in force. And of course, the name of the game then is implementing them. So I mentioned the UN Ocean Conference in Nice. This is the third of the UN Ocean Conferences. Why does it exist? It exists to give SDG 14 some honesty. You know, we fought to get it in place. The big countries did not want it. They did not want it. But we got it into place, and once it was in place, we wanted it to be real, that it was actually going to cause the conservation and the sustainable use of the ocean. So that's why the UN Ocean Conferences came into existence as moments of honesty for assessment of progress, to lift ambition. And the record now shows that they do that. And the first one in New York was a great success. Fiji and Sweden co-hosted. Last one, Kenya and Portugal co-hosted in Lisbon. And the next one coming up now is Costa Rica and France. And it'll be held in June 2025 in Nice. Big emphasis on science and finance. And I think for you at the bank, you know, this is particularly strong information because, in fact, there will be, for a couple of days prior to the conference in Nice, there will be a big finance meeting in Monaco that is being held. And I'm sure you guys will be there in force. Likewise, for the science community, there'll be, for 3 or 4 days in Nice prior to the UN Ocean Conference, there'll be a science congress for oceans. Which they expect thousands of UN ocean scientists to turn up to. So, you know, I'm giving you a positive picture, but, you know, we all know what the challenges are, and the challenges are vast, of course. But to meet those challenges, you know, if I think back over what's been achieved over the last, well, since 2015, really, two of the really big things that happened. One was the launching of the Decade of Ocean Science. And as I said, you know, we're now having more scientific activity in the ocean than ever before. We need it because we only know about 20% of the ocean's scientific properties. Imagine, you know, we're facing, you know, the possible end of our existence on this planet, and we only know 20% of where 95% of the life on the planet is hosted. You know, so this is why we need the science, so we need it quickly. So this is what the Decade's all about, so we can make the right decisions, science-based decisions, on how we're going to set things right, the solutions. So we've got that decade now in full operation, and in Barcelona next April there'll be a big conference to assess how we're going at the halfway point with the Decade of Ocean Science. But the other big thing that happened in those years was the appointment of this high-level panel for the sustainable ocean economy. And a lot of people here were involved in that. And the work that it did was incredible. It really lifted our game, our understanding of what's going on in the ocean. And Jamaica and Chile and Mexico are members of that panel. This is a high-level panel, meaning the heads of government personally attend these panels and make the decisions. And so they did a fantastic job, and their work is continuing on. And the biggest conclusion they reached is that countries should have 100% sustainable ocean plans in place within their EEZs. And we want to extend that concept, of course, to the high seas as well. Why shouldn't the whole of the ocean have sustainable ocean plans? And one of the Sherpas from the Sustainable Ocean Plan has just entered the room, so I want to give him a big shout out because he did fantastic work as well on that. So that's the high-level panel, and that's the Sustainable Ocean Plans, which must be in place. I also noticed that the OAS, of which you're all members, has done really good work on source to sea. And source to sea, this concept is again one of the ways that we will save life in the ocean. Ridge to reef, whatever is the pollution that's coming in the ocean, it's coming down rivers, it's coming through drains and urban settings and so on. So what OAS is doing in source to sea is really important, and I know that you've set aside big funding on that as well. So that's really good news for us all. I think if you look at the sargassum problem particularly in the West Indies, I mean, that is a source-to-sea problem, in my view. I think it's due to excess nutrients coming down the Orinoco and coming down the Amazon, which is causing that explosion of the sargassum. And we all know the economic effects of that. So, look, to close things off, first of all, I want you all to think about that process towards Nice, because, as I said, there's going to be a lot of focus there on finance. And there's going to be big monies being put together in partnerships from private sector and from governments. And so you must be part of that. Obviously, your region is a key element of the planet. So I encourage you to do that. And I also encourage you to be part of the high-level event that's going to occur in San Jose, Costa Rica in June. I mentioned that Costa Rica and France are the two co-hosts of the UN Ocean Conference. Well, Costa Rica, as part of the process leading towards Nice, is holding this high-level of event on ocean action in Costa Rica, 7th to 8th of June next year, 2024, so a year ahead of the UN Ocean Conference. So obviously we're all going to be there in full support of that, and I know it's going to be a very successful conference in your region. I think since we're at the climate COP, I don't think Chile is represented here today, but I want to take a big shout out for Chile as well. Chile and Canada are the co-facilitators for the Ocean Climate Dialogue that has done so much work to bring ocean concerns into the mainstream of this climate work that we're all here to do. And so a big shout out to Chile with thanks for the co-facilitation work that they've done there. Thank you everybody for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson, for your important message. I would like to now give the floor to Ms. Alicia Montalvo, who has a special announcement.
Minister Bartlett, Mr. Thompson, thank you very much for your words. Have been really very inspiring. And going to the last comment you made on the sargassum, we know that this is a growing environmental challenge. The unprecedented arrival of large volumes of sargassum is creating substantial ecological problems, economic, social impacts. On the other hand, we have seen many initiatives on that, but sometimes the responses for sargassum management have been provided in isolation with individual efforts from each country. So it is a pleasure today to announce that we have adopted this week one technical cooperation with the government of Mexico, a program for the management of, for the sustainable management of the sargassum, aimed to support the government of Mexico to face the problem, involving government, scientists, and the most important thing is that in this initiative, we want to work with at the regional level with Jamaica, Mexico, of course, Costa Rica, Panama, the Dominican Republic, Barbados, Trinidad and Tobago, and Venezuela. All these countries will be involved in this collaboration. We hope to achieve different outcomes, as you can imagine, a strategy for networking and integration for regional cooperation among beneficiary countries for sargassum management, a regional scientific cooperation network on sargassum-related topics, and a participatory document containing the design of a scientific research campaign in the Great Sargasso Belt in the Caribbean, to be conducted by Dr. Jorge Carranza, ship owned by the government of Mexico. We want to have a structured program for the integrated management of sargassum in the Greater Caribbean, identifying and prioritizing a portfolio of projects and analyzing financing strategies. We are beginning with $150,000, but we hope that this will be the beginning of a great story fighting against the sargassum. So it's a pleasure to announce it today. Thank you.
Thank you, Alicia, for this wonderful message. So we now commence with the high-level technical panel, The Caribbean as a Solution for the Ocean Resilience and Conservation. Please help me welcome Ms. Cynthia Barzuna, Director of Ocean Action 2030, World Resources Institute. Ms. Elizabeth McLeod, Global Ocean Director for the Nature Conservancy. And Ms. Alicia Montalvo.
Yes. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. We have in this panel Cynthia Barzuna, Director of Ocean Action 2030, the high-level panel for oceans, and also Elizabeth McLeod, the Global Ocean Director of TNC. We have missed one of our panelists in this crazy day, so hopefully she can join us later. So thank you very much. The aim of this conversation is to really build on the speeches we have learned, and also to look at the future. So maybe I will begin with you, Cynthia. You have been working in this important coalition, and I would like to know what is the role of the coalition implementing the agenda of the high-level panel for sustainable ocean economy in the Caribbean.
Thank you, Alicia, and good afternoon. The high-level panel, as Peter kindly mentioned, is made of 18 world leaders, serving world leaders, and the commitment they have made since 2018 is to sustainably manage the ocean. So by doing this, they have commissioned more than 24 blue papers by now and reports to over 350 experts worldwide to deliver on the transformations agenda and what was needed. So it was sort of the state of the ocean first, to analyze what was happening with the ocean, what was needed with the ocean, and then coming up with concrete actions on how to tackle, for example, climate change, now that we're at COP. But so many other things have been covered. One of them, and I will start to say that they have 8 different action groups. One of them is Ocean Action 2030, but there's another one on sustainable tourism as well, now that the Minister of Jamaica was mentioning, that was championed by the Jamaica plus Australia plus Mexico, for example. So what's the role of Ocean Action? Ocean Action is kind of was born out of a need from the Ocean Panel to deliver, to transform the vision to action. So the vision is a holistic approach to manage 100% of the ocean in a sustainable way. And by doing so, they commissioned this reports, and one of the reports specifically refers to the need of having sustainable ocean plans. So Ocean Action was born as a response to this need to develop sustainable ocean plans with the 18 countries that make up the Ocean Panel. However, the coalition has been working more broadly, and recently the Organization of American States joined us. So we have now 35 countries joining the coalition, and the aim is for the Caribbean and Latin America also to have sustainable ocean plans by 2030. So the role of this coalition is to bring the assistance, technical and financial assistance that countries are going to need to deliver on sustainable ocean planning of their EEZs. This is a huge task. It's not an easy task. It's a task that requires a lot of commitment from the highest level, which we already have, the highest level commitment from the countries, but now needs to translate into specific actions that it needs to be part of the national budget. It needs to be part of the engagement of the country, but also the stakeholders as well. And sustainable ocean plans have been part of the solution. It's a great tool, and by using this tool, we think that countries might be able to have healthy and wealthy oceans, and also refer to knowledge, to equity, and of course finance, which is a huge part of what's needed to deliver on this.
Thank you very much. We are proud to be part of the coalition. Thanks for helping us to take the decision on that. It has been very important, and we hope we can support you very much. Now, Elizabeth, we have been talking about different problems of the ocean today, but there is one very important, which is the problem with the coral reefs. This is one of the most biodiverse ecosystems in the planet. How are the reefs in the Caribbean? We are talking today of the Caribbean region. Sorry. How resilient are the Caribbean reefs now? And what could we do to improve them?
Thanks very much. And I'm here obviously representing our many colleagues working across the Caribbean to protect the reefs. And I actually started my career as a reef scientist in the Caribbean, so it's near and dear to my heart. And unfortunately, I've seen a lot of change over the last couple of decades. The Caribbean holds magnificent reefs today. Over 26,000 square kilometers of reefs are there, which represent 10% of our world's reefs. And we have seen really significant declines in the last several decades. I was there earlier this year, and as many of you know, this was the hottest year on record, and we saw unprecedented coral bleaching. It bleached earlier, the water temperature was hotter, and it lasted longer than ever before. We saw significant bleaching impacts, and then also exacerbated stony coral tissue loss disease, which obviously has been devastating reefs across the Caribbean. So the threats are real, right? We have a lot of work ahead of us to get things back on the right track. The good news is that there are many groups, local NGOs, groups like the Nature Conservancy, and many of our partners who are working day in and day out to get things back on track with reefs. And that includes things like reducing local stressors, reducing pollution, sedimentation, destructive fishing and overfishing, et cetera. It also includes reef restoration. We know that it is no longer enough to just reduce the threats, but we actually have to bring things back. So there's a robust body of partners and workers that are trying to really innovate how we can get to scale in coral restoration. TNC partners with a number of groups to develop restoration hubs, which are essentially research hubs where we can share new ideas, the innovations that we heard Peter talking about this morning. So, you know, there's a lot of action happening. a lot of the work we're doing is also about supporting local livelihoods. And then more recently, there's been a really big emphasis on identifying climate resilient reefs. We know that reefs are so threatened by even just 1 degree change in ocean temperature. But we're able now to use oceanographic modeling using hydrodynamic models to predict reefs that are better able to cope with warming. And the good news is that we're finding them, and we're finding them across the Caribbean. We found them in the Bahamas. We have an ongoing project right now in the DR, in Haiti, in Jamaica, in Cuba to find these reefs so that we can make sure they're protected in marine protected areas and prevented from other threats that can come in and damage them. So for those reasons give me hope. They give me hope for the future, but we have a lot of work to do, and it's going to take all of us to get things back on track. Thanks.
Thank you very much. We are also working to protect the coral reefs, actually with Conservation International. Now we consider that this is really very important for the Caribbean region, but for the whole Latin American region. So thank you very much for your words, and we hope we can cooperate with you too. So now going back to Cynthia. What progress have the countries of the Greater Caribbean, specifically Jamaica, that was here, the minister today, and Mexico, made in the development of their sustainable ocean plans? And how the member of Ocean 2030 Coalition, as CAF, how can we support you?
Thank you for that important question, and if I may, I will start with the last one. In terms of support, I forgot to mention that we have 19 members now, which is amazing, TNC being one of them, of course. And we have kind of 2 different categories. We have technical support, but we have also financial support. So we have the development banks around the world working with us, the Asian Bank, the European Bank. We have, of course, CAF as our newest member. And why CAF and why the importance with the Caribbean and Latin America? Because it has to be a global effort. 18 countries that make up the ocean panel are 50% of the ocean's coastlines. And until before the OAS joined us, we were this represented 43% of the EEZs, and is now up to 53.5% of the EEZs of the world. Hopefully we can have 100% of that. Hopefully we can cover the whole world, and hopefully Latin America and the Caribbean can also be have a precedent, a very important precedent for this. So in terms of Chile, Jamaica, and Mexico, the US, they are part of the panel. Mexico launched their Sustainable Ocean Plan April this year. They have been working on a policy and a strategy, a blue strategy that landed into their own Sustainable Ocean Plan. I was there a month ago for the consultation process. It was absolutely amazing to see the SOP coming to life. So I think they're leading the way for Latin America and the Caribbean. It's a great example of a good practice, and could encourage, I think, the rest of Latin America and the Caribbean to join in this effort. Jamaica has just started their process, and Chile launched their own Sustainable Ocean Plan on Ocean Day last June. So I'm excited to say that Latin America and the Caribbean are moving in the right way, but now we have 35 countries. Out of this 35 countries that are members of OAS, 5 are already part of the Ocean Panel. So we have 30, and I will have to take out 2 out of the equation that are landlocked, but that gives us a huge group of countries to work with. So it's important to deliver on the right mechanisms, the right technical assistance, and not working in silos, not working in different projects regarding the ocean, and having this holistic vision that tackles climate change, tackles biodiversity loss, but also brings hope to the people in terms of delivering a blue economy in terms of delivering prosperity. So the three mantras in which the Ocean Panel is based is prosperity, production, and preservation. So the three of them have to coexist, they go hand in hand, and I think the Sustainable Ocean Plans are the right vehicle and tool to deliver on that. So for that we need, you asked me what should be the role, we need more funding to help Latin America and the Caribbean deliver on Sustainable Ocean Plans. CAF has been a great ally. We need more of that and more technical assistance. So to cover all the demand that we're going to have from all of these countries from the OAS, and of course to spread it throughout the different regions, different countries, so we can have 100% sustainable ocean management through Sustainable Ocean Plans.
Thank you, Cynthia. As you know, we are working hard on that. So, Elizabeth, the Nature Conservancy works with the Global Reef, as you have mentioned, the Global Reef Fund. What do you think that the multilateral development banks can, what role can we play in amplifying the work you are doing with reefs?
Thanks very much. Well, the Nature Conservancy is partnering with the government and many other NGOs across the region, particularly in the Bahamas, for the Global Fund for Coral Reef project. And the Global Fund for Coral Reef program is really about building reef-positive businesses. And in the Bahamas, we're looking at a range of different projects, from reef insurance to blue carbon and resilience credits to starting a restoration economy with groups like Coral Vita, and also a blue economy program accelerator, and a number of other projects that are really seeking to generate revenue to support reef conservation. Specifically, I think the key role for the development banks is really to support creating the enabling environment so that we can really get to scale. And so that's things like getting the policies in place, that's supporting the technical capacity building, the research and the monitoring, and really creating that environment where we can encourage and support and fuel sustainable practices. I think they are a key ally across not just reefs, but all of our ocean conservation work. And certainly with groups like the GFCR and others, I think it's a really key mechanism for scaling through the lending portfolio of the development banks. I think another key piece is really in the sectors like, and you mentioned earlier, fisheries, but also waste management. I think there's key opportunities there through supporting sustainable practices in fisheries that we can really help get to scale through that. The other key place I think that's really important is in de-risking the private investments. And so TNC has been working with a number of bank partners and other NGOs and governments on our blue bonds and nature bonds portfolio, where we have really strong partnerships with IDB and with DFC, who provide credit enhancements that enable finance at better terms, and we get really solid marine conservation outcomes associated with that. Two quick examples, one in Barbados, where we worked with the government and IDB to unlock $50 million in marine conservation support and a marine spatial planning process that resulted in the expansion of the marine protected areas to 30%, and also critically building that ocean economy and improving management. We know, obviously, we don't want paper parks. We want to make sure we have really robust MPAs that are delivering those ecological and social outcomes. Another quick example is in Belize, where we partnered with DFC and the government to unlock $180 million in funds that can go towards marine conservation, along with a 30% commitment, a marine spatial plan, and also a governance framework for both fisheries and blue carbon. So there's huge potential. You're a vital partner, and I'm so appreciative to hear about your contributions today, and I'm excited to explore additional opportunities where we can partner with you. So thanks so much.
Thank you to you, and thanks to you both for your contribution to this discussion. It's true that blue economy is still an incipient agenda in CAF, but very strong, with 1.25 billion, which is a lot of money, and we hope we can find the best projects to invest this money into. And thank you very much to you all. And now we are finishing this panel, and we will have another inspiring conversation, I guess. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Please welcome Mr. Carlos Correa, former Minister of Environment and Sustainable Development of Colombia. The panel of CAF Talk, Transformative Potential of the Blue Economy.
Hola, hola, hola. Hola, hola. Buenas tardes. Muchas gracias. Hi, everyone. Nice to see you again, all of you. Peter, nice to see you. Well, I had my presentation in Spanish, so I think I will do it in Spanglish because... Okay. Bueno, as Peter just said, we are solution, so we'll do it in Spanglish. Thank you, gracias por estar acá. Hoy vamos a hablar precisamente del potencial que tiene el Caribe en términos de biodiversidad, pero también en términos de talento, de gente, de conocimiento y también los niveles de riesgo que tiene el Caribe. En unos 10 minutos, en esta primera CAF Talk, como le ha denominado la Alicia, el nuevo concepto de los CAF Talks, creo que por primera vez vimos algo en la COP26, algo muy importante que comenzaba a unir el Caribe. So the Caribbean started to connect, and it was nature the responsible for that. There was governments, there were people, but nature was the responsible to connect countries in the Caribbean. And of course, in the Pacific, because it all started with CEMAR, with Colombia, Panamá, Costa Rica, y Ecuador, with the first corridor on the Pacific coast. I remember when we were just talking at COP26 with Gustavo, with Andrea, with Milciades about how have a solution as fast as possible. And it was amazing because the 4 presidents at that time from the 4 countries said, we are in and we want to show the results. So we started with the corridor in Malpelo, Yurupari, Galápagos, El Coco, Coiba. And that was the beginning also for the Caribbean. Because at that time, Colombia protected 37.5% of our oceans in 2021. We announced it in Lisbon. 37.5% of our oceans and 31% of our land areas. It was about 34% of all our country. And here there was a reserve, Beata, Cordillera Beata, on the Caribbean coast, on the northern part of the Guajira, 3.5 million hectares protected and no take at that time. And the great thing is that in 2021, President Duque and the Minister of Dominican Republic, we talked to protect and to build another corridor on the Caribbean. So one more time, nature was connecting the Caribbean. And I think there's a good opportunity because there's no borders, political borders in nature. And I think that we are starting to learn and to understand that. So ministers of tourism, environment, commerce, trade have to work together to do this because fish don't have borders. And we saw it in the corridor on the Pacific coast. And then, you know, the Caribbean is very, very biodiverse, but también tiene muchas culturas, multicultural. ¿Español, inglés, sí? Okay, just not to. Perfecto. El Caribe es multicultural. En el Caribe hablamos inglés, francés, portugués, creol y costeñol. It's our Caribbean. So, huh? Dutch, alemán, yeah, of course. Holandés, ¿sí? So, muy biodiverso, multicultural, idiomas, y hay una riqueza natural enorme. So, tenemos una ventaja competitiva que no tiene ninguna otra región. Y nuestros océanos son esa ventaja competitiva. Por eso, hoy quiero hacer un capítulo muy especial. Hemos hablado de corales. ¿Sí? Hablamos de corales, de lo que está haciendo TNC, de lo que está haciendo WRI, de lo que está haciendo CAF en el impulso de los corales, de lo que está haciendo Conservación Internacional en todo el Caribe, pero en especial hoy hay un capítulo importante que quiero hablar y es de los manglares. En el planeta hoy tenemos 15 millones de hectáreas de manglares, 15 million hectares of mangroves all around the world, in the planet. 15 millions. But the bad news, las malas noticias, es que en los últimos 25 años, desde 1996, we have lost 1.1 million hectares of mangroves. Hemos perdido 1.1 millones de hectáreas de manglar. Y por eso, en la COP27 en Egipto, lanza la gran iniciativa UN Climate Champions, que se llama The Mangrove Breakthrough, es el avance de los manglares a nivel global, que trabaja de la mano con GMA y el MAC para la conservación de esos 15 millones de hectáreas de manglar.
Of these 15 million of hectares of mangroves. And we also have more than 20 organizations, EAA, WWS, CAF, very soon. We have to stop the loss of mangroves. We cannot lose anymore. Second of all, we have to double the efforts and protections. With 40% of mangroves we need 80% of the mangroves of the world to be in. It is very difficult to interpret switching languages every second. We need
governments and subnational governments at this COP 1 year after the launch of the initiative. And we are going to do it. And we will be announcing it on the 9th of December. On the 4th and in the 9th. So, como saben, los manglares son un ecosistema con una potencia enorme. ¿Sí? Para resiliencia, adaptación, seguridad alimentaria, captura de
security,
CO2, blue carbon storage.
sequestration.
Tiene toda la capacidad para beneficiar no
We have
solo
a huge capacity to
a la
benefit not
naturaleza,
only
sino a las
nature,
personas que habitan
but
en ella. Más
also
del
people who are living
30%
there.
del
Over
planeta, de las personas que
30%
habitan el planeta,
of
viven
people who are
a
living
100
in the planet are
kilómetros de
living
alguna costa, de las costas.
less than
Por eso es tan
100 kilometers
importante
away
también.
of a coast.
Y esta
That's why
foto
it is
que
so
quería para
important.
terminar,
And this picture, and this will be the end of my presentation. So the picture I'm showing you now is a picture taken in 2020. Have you seen that picture before? This is after over 50% of the people that are living in the area live out of tourism. 80% of mangroves were affected by it. All the houses, all the infrastructure was affected. There was no fishery.
it's amazing, you know, all together working with the strategy to recover the ecosystems. It was strange because when we got there, the day after the hurricane, cuando llegamos allá el día después, lo primero que uno mira es vidas
the first thing you
humanas.
look at
¿Cuántas
is the loss of
personas
human lives.
murieron?
How many people died in
Two
the area?
It was a miracle. Luego, ¿cuántas casas se perdieron?
Then how many houses
Luego,
were lost?
todas.
Then
All the housing was
you
lost.
see that all
Luego,
of the houses were lost.
La energía, la salud, la
Then energy,
alimentación.
Health,
Pero
food.
Nunca nadie había
But
llegado.
no one
Never had
ever
happened before that the Minister of Environment, the Ministry of Environment and the team was like there to see how to recover the island and how long it would take to do it. Y aquí nace el programa 1 millón de corales por Colombia.
And here
1 million
is
corals
we
for
have
Colombia.
launched
El programa de restauración de manglares en
the
ese momento en Colombia.
program for mangroves
Y
in
comienza
Colombia.
educación
And
ambiental,
this is where we
turismo con
started to
propósito, with
launch
purpose,
some
tourism
training.
with purpose.
Again, it is very difficult to
doing
interpret
coral
under these
restoration.
circumstances. I'm sorry.
And after that, the economy in the island just, you know, pump. It was like a tipping point at that time. So nature and tourism and economy are connected. And people, of course. Así que los manglares hoy en Providencia lo llaman
today,
los héroes del
mangroves
Iota.
are
The
known as
Iota
the
heroes are the hurricanes. Y las personas que estaban aquí, toda esta infraestructura que estaba aquí detrás de los manglares,
you can see all of the
y esta que
infrastructure
estaba
that
acá
was
de los
behind of the
manglares,
mangroves, and
fue
this
la
part
menos
here
afectada.
was the least affected
Y las
by the hurricane.
comunidades fueron las que nos
And
dijeron,
communities
nos
that were living
salvamos,
there
estamos
told us,
vivos,
we are
gracias
safe.
a los manglares.
Thanks to the
Soluciones
mangroves.
basadas en la naturaleza. More than
Nature-based
60% of the
solutions.
biodiversity in the oceans come from these ecosystems. Y por eso creo que es un elemento que puede unir al Caribe. Es una
And I think
solución.
this is an element
Somos
that
una
can
solución,
connect the
los
Caribbean.
manglares que
We
pueden unir
are
al
a
Caribe
solution.
alrededor
And
de
mangroves
una
can
estrategia
connect
común
mangroves
que
around
conecte estos
for
ecosistemas.
strategy
¿Por qué?
that connects
El
and
ministro
intertwines
de Jamaica
these
lo dijo hace unos
countries,
minutos.
because the minister
El
of
Caribe va a
Jamaica said
ser
that
de las regiones más afectadas, más vulnerables por el impacto del cambio climático. Y las soluciones basadas en la naturaleza son las llamadas a proteger a estas regiones contra el cambio climático. Por eso definitivamente el Caribe
Caribbean is a single region, and we are the solution. And that is why the Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean is creating a pipeline of projects within the Latin American region and the Caribbean, so that we can see it turn into a reality. And quick solutions. And a key message for all of us today, and I'd like to also send a message to Peter, because you are present everywhere at a global level. We need bigger projects, large scale projects.
the financing and, of course, the solution in the Caribbean. Muchas gracias, Alicia, a la CAF y a todos ustedes por acompañarnos el día de hoy. El Caribe es la solución y somos Caribe. Gracias.
Wonderful presentations. Thank you for joining us today, and we will give closure to today's event. Thank you.
event, I would like to greet everyone who's joining us online. I know that's very early in Latin America, so thank you for being with us. And thank you to those of you here in Dubai. But before we start, I would like to show a video to sum up our biodiversity initiative. Thank you. To support a growth company that's in line with social and environmental challenges in the region, CAF has decided to become a green bank and the bank for subnationals in Latin America and the Caribbean. With this framework in mind, the urban development strategy of CAF has the goal of promoting greener cities and cities that are fairer, and so that we can strike a balance between economical prosperity and environmental protection. All people and nature need to be at the center of our activities. We need to boost the network of biodiversities in Latin America and the Caribbean. But what do we mean by biodiversity? With that city that wants to transform using nature and supporting in a holistic way biodiversity in its national and its integral planning and urban planning, basically, but by incorporating biodiversity in the urban fabric, developing competition at its basis, promoting governance strategies, and leading a change towards a new value-based system. As of December 2021, CAF with other partners have organized national and regional meetings in order to promote leadership on the topic of biodiversities. We foster the exchange of experiences and knowledge sharing between cities of Latin America and the Caribbean, and therefore 179 cities of the region have joined this initiative in order to promote biodiversity and sustainable development. For the 2023-2026 period, the biodiversity network has a working plan with the different topics in mind: sensibilization and awareness raising, strength building through training sessions, capacity building, support for the structuring of projects. We provide support to the cities in order to turn an idea into a bankable and delivered project. CAF has joined together 179 cities, and it's managing this great platform that is providing the logistical support and knowledge support so that we can speak with one single voice as a reality. It's also fostering and materializing this idea. This gathering is so important. We now have a much wider vision on biodiversity and how we need to care for our environment. Cities need to be involved, and they can grow in a sustainable way by also caring for our forests. We need to protect biodiversity and analyze how the impact of the cities can change our mindsets so that we can then define concrete and joint actions to fight climate change and the impact that the cities are having on climate change. We are convinced that Latin America and the Caribbean is a region committed to all these questions: energy, climate change. In CAF, we're committed to working towards an urban and green development that is fair and inclusive, with a clear climate change strategy to protect biodiversity. The countries of the region will be champions of these solutions to global challenges. CAF Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean. We want to welcome you to this session with this video. We are cities, we are a solution. I would like to personally thank everyone here. Minister Correa, he is part of biodiversity, our founding mayor, Jaime Humarejo, the different mayors from Brazil, Colombia, and everyone who's joining us online. This session is a landmark in the biodiversity program that was created in December 2021. Since then, we've been working in the creation of an organic network that tries to be a solution. This slogan, therefore, is very genuine. We do think that in the subnational territory, we can be at the center of the planning for biodiversity, and therefore we can be much more efficient in the fight against climate change. Later on, I will explain how we're going to organize the session and the different panels and the participants. I would like to explain quickly why CAF is working towards the creation of this network of biodiversity. It's related to the context that we know very well. Latin America, it's one of the fastest growing continents as regards urbanization. Over 80% of its territory will be urbanized, and it might reach 90%. But Latin America also accounts for 50% of the world biodiversity. However, we're consuming it at a very fast pace. So this region can be a solution. However, we need measures and actions so that this doesn't jeopardize that those natural resources and growth. So based on that, our top management 2 years ago decided to invest $7 million, a historic investment with two goals. First of all, we needed to become the green bank of Latin America. And this means that as a bank, we need to integrate more solutions and to support green projects. Our metric is to increase in 40% our green financing approvals. The reality revolves around changing the culture of all cities and municipalities so that they can come up with solutions in line with the 2030 agenda. We need to be part of this climate change challenge. That's how this biodiversity program was born, a program that is now present in over 170 cities, 179. The 180th will be signed here at the COP. So the main thing was to have a direct conversation with mayors in order to identify the main issues and to think jointly of the solutions. I think that this is the cornerstone of the network. All solutions come from the territories with a bottom-up approach. With this idea of territorial diplomacy and the autonomy of the territories when it comes to seeking solutions. And we want to support that from CAF because we are a region of solutions. But that depends on making the right decisions in the territories. So that's our roadmap. We will keep working on raising awareness. This should be implemented throughout Latin America. We have to share the challenges, and also we need to build solutions jointly. We have mayors, deputy mayors, depending on each country. So therefore, these mayors, prefects, deputy mayors need to be the leaders and the stakeholders when it comes to change. We need to incubate and accelerate projects, which is why we're working with Institute Humboldt from Colombia. They've been one of the main actors in the concept of this project. And also in Matica, we signed an agreement in order to identify initiatives, incubate initiatives, and transform them into projects. We always say that there is a lack of resources in our region. Sometimes we do have resources, but we lack good projects. So that's what we want to do, to incubate projects to the service of public good in cities, because the cities are the solution for climate change. And finally, the financing of these initiatives. There are gaps in infrastructure when it comes to adaptation and mitigation. They're great. So CAF has a great role to play on this, but not just through funding. We want to build solutions with the different cities and authorities. This is the way by which we will be far more successful and how we will manage to fund these initiatives in the region. So thank you very much again. Greetings to all of you connected online. I just want to mention that we will have two different panel sessions. The first one with mayors that will talk about urban policies in Amazon cities. And why? Because the Amazon is one of the main biodiversity centers and hotspots in the world. We will have Ana Luisa Reis, Mayor of Cobija. Please, could you come to the stage? Juan Carlos Orellana, Mayor of Aguarico, Ecuador. Wagner Rodriguez from Brazil, the Mayor of Arahuina. As facilitator, we'll have Ignacio Lorenzo, Director of Positive Biodiversity and Climate Finance. Thank you. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to share this first panel session on urban policies for the Amazon cities. As my colleague said, the Amazon is a strategic hotspot for the entire world, but in particular for the region. Therefore, we need to think about urban development and the life in the cities through a perspective of sustainable development. We need to build on this vision, and the biodiversity program can spearhead this paradigm of urban development, taking into account nature and ecosystems in a holistic way within this sustainable development. We have three different leaders here in urban management. We have Ana Lucia Reis, Mayor of Cobija, Bolivia, welcome. Wagner Rodriguez, Mayor of Arahuaina, Brazil, and Juan Carlos Orellana, Mayor of Aguarico, Ecuador. Welcome. It's an amazing panel. We'll be speaking with cities in the Amazon territory. They've been building a vision of harmony and sustainable development, taking into account the cities and the different ecosystems. We'll have two rounds of questions. First one about this emerging urban concept. So the city is a new way to protect the ecosystem. So Ana Lucia, you are the Deputy Vice President of the Amazon City Forum. With this forum, you want to give a voice to the Amazon cities. The next, well, COP30 will take place in Berlin, so this forum will be key to connect the cities and the new vision. So what's the vision for the new sustainable urban sustainable development? We need to bear in mind the context, and CAF putting Bolivia at the center of their activities, and with different projects. The interpreter apologizes. We have a deficient sound quality. You have the floor, Ana Lucia. Well, good afternoon to you all. It's a pleasure to be here at the COP. Thank you so much for the invitation. First of all, we want to showcase Bolivia and the Amazon to the world. Many people are not aware of the fact that most of our territory is within the Amazon. Our territory and the Amazon is so important to the planet. Sometimes even those of us who live there are unaware of our resources. One of the richest regions of the planet when it comes to resources. We need to involve even more the inhabitants of these regions. Sometimes we live in the cities and we are, completely oblivious to what the Amazon and the forests are. So we, from Cobija, try to plan the city working with nature. We're the first municipality in Bolivia with a green agenda. We are building parks. We're working on bike lanes, a green park in one of the main districts, the 6th district of Cobija. So we are working on the reforestation of our Arroyo Bahia basin with the support of different stakeholders. It's very important to remind ourselves of the link between forests and cities. CAF have been supporting our projects and cities. Cobija is going to take part in their projects with our bicentenary park. We want to showcase what the Amazon is. With the reforested area, we designed one of the main lakes that we have in our country. So the park is going to be designed around that model. There, everyone will be able to get to know the different tree species that we have in the Amazon. So this will act as an Amazon interpretation center, an environmental education center, in order to showcase what our forests are like in the cities. We want to also provide some added value to everyone with this project, and also to the people of the forests. We try to improve their livelihoods. If their quality of life improves, then they can work together to look after the forests. The fruits of the Amazon is going to generate that added value. We're also partnering with cities such as La Paz, because they have products from the Amazon as well. So the Bolivian capital is also going to showcase the Amazon products. And when we consume the Amazon products, we'll be contributing to preserving one of the main forests and spaces of the planet. We would also improve the livelihoods and quality of life of the families that live in this forest. Thanks very much, Ana Lucia. Very wise words. Now I will actually give the floor to Juan Carlos. Congratulations, you are joining biodiversities. As we said before, it's with a great pleasure to see that our network is growing and strengthening as a knowledge sharing space. Each city can show what we have to offer and we can learn together. I would like to ask you, when it comes to your territories, cities, how are you working on this new emerging model with ecosystems and urban sustainable development? what are you working on in your territories to achieve this integration and also build on nature and the different territories to have a sustainable development? Hello for the invitation. Well, thank you for the invitation. In Huarica, as an part of the Amazon region, it's important to be able to communicate what's our management system and how are we producing our policies. We are within the Amazon reserve in this canton, Awariki. So we have an inclusion model when it comes to making decisions. One of the main stakeholders and one of the main factors is to include all the different organizations and civil society organizations within this framework of planning so that we can achieve this development. The development will benefit those who live in our district by giving them and providing them with basic services and satisfying their needs. So we need to create a sustainable and environmentally friendly system that manages to preserve nature. The system needs to try and diminish pollution, and we also need to work on carbon emissions. As South American in Ecuador and the Amazon region, we are key in all these activities. That conscious public policy will help us to create new life opportunities. The interpreter apologizes, but the sound is cutting off. We will also create new spaces so that the developed world will start to see that we are bearing fruits of all we're doing in terms of conservation. So our public policies are based on this. We don't make financial or planning decisions without involving the community, you know, with participatory budgeting processes, and also in the previous decision-making processes. Well, thank you very much for your vision and for sharing the reality of your municipality. I have to say that every time I hear about a new territory or city, I always look it up on Google to see photos, and I saw that your territory is very green and lavish. So that also means that you have this responsibility of looking after it in your community, and also, you know, from this climate crisis at global level, your work is key. So thank you very much for being here. Mr. Wagner, at the beginning of the panel, we spoke about how important it is to include nature and conservation areas in the planning of the cities. This is something we should do all around the world, but especially in the Amazon region. So therefore, I'd like to ask you, what's your experience in your municipality when it comes to the conservation and preservation of green areas? And what projects do you have in mind in order to inspire other cities of the biodiversity network? You have the floor. The Spanish interpreter apologizes, but there is no interpretation from Portuguese. Thanks very much, dear Mayor. Thank you very much for your words. Very glad to hear this, and it's a pleasure to keep on contributing and help supporting the different municipalities in the region when it comes to protecting ecosystems within this new urban vision. I would like to move on now to the second round of questions. We'll focus on a very traditional aspect of the cities, and we talk about the opportunities that cities offer when it comes to new or better quality of life within this new paradigm of urban planning and territory planning. We have to include biodiversity and ecosystems. So how can we envision and build new economies and development opportunities, social, economical and socioeconomic development opportunities with this perspective of including nature and ecosystems? So could you please talk to us on nature-based economies and how we can include ancestral knowledge in these activities? We need to use this indigenous knowledge when it comes to protecting nature, especially if we want to protect the nature and plan appropriately the cities in the future. So Juan Carlos, what have you been doing on this in your city? So within one same region, you can have different groups. In our district, in our Amazon region, there are different nationalities, cultures, ancestral and even millennial peoples that still have those practices that are conveyed from parents to sons, and they become the stewards of the jungle, the forest. They are the custodians of that life and those opportunities that have been lost somewhere else in the world. They sort of become people who we need to respect, cultures that we need to start understanding. And mainly, we need to offer services, skills, and opportunities to them so that they can enjoy a healthy environment and the basic services, drinking water. We're talking about a very big jungle, so we can't really talk about building a sewage system, but they could have some sort of independent sanitation. We call them sanitation batteries, USB. The treatment will be based on biodiversity. So basically, non-pollutant management system. Our district is very big, so there is no other way to access it other than the river. There is no airport. We only have an emergency lane, and communication becomes really tough. That's when we have to come up with a connectivity plan. We connect ourselves. We manage to install an internet connection. That way we can communicate ourselves with other people and to channel our activities and to promote what we're doing, and also to foster economy and health. So that's our plan. And the activities that we have started to implement, we involve all the inhabitants in the decision-making process. It's easier to say that, in an urban region, it's easy to provide these services and to get a return on that investment, but in a very wide area, you know, like a jungle, which is not crowded. How can we provide these services and how we can have this return if I'm not, for instance, promoting agriculture, preserving nature? I cannot allow you know, industrialization to happen or mining activities or the use of oil, because then we'll be polluting the jungle. Therefore, we believe and we trust that CAF should include within the requirements for these small, medium districts the possibility to generate opportunities and these services. In our country, each government is autonomous. We have ancestral territories, and these peoples are guaranteed to conserve their territories. They decide whether they want to conserve it or not. That's what we've managed. Therefore, the municipality provide services in exchange of conservation of the spaces. By doing this, we maintain their capital.
Thank you very much. It is very interesting everything you're launching, especially when it comes to this vision that allows us to integrate all of these knowledge so that we are able to build an economy that's care-based, so that we can provide more services to the population. So your words are very interesting. And now, without further ado, I would like to invite here Mr. Wagner, because actually I think he can give us more information regarding all of the challenges of the infrastructures in the current city context, because we have many aspects and many barriers when it comes to infrastructure. So we have to consider nature, generally speaking, as a space that can bring benefits for development. And also we have to know that we have to take a better care of the natural environment so that we can provide a greener image for the cities, so that citizens can live in a happy space. How have you perceived this process? And in general, how do you think the reality of these neighbors have been, people who have been living in those spaces that have been transforming for other years?
E nós somos uma cidade que tem entorno de aproximadamente 500 mil de habitantes. Então tem
There is no interpretation as he is speaking Portuguese, and there is no Portuguese interpretation.
córregos que temos, que antes eram intocáveis porque não eram tão bem preservados, agora estão sendo bem preservados. A gente tem a possibilidade de ter ali uma pesca esportiva, que ela é importante para a economia da cidade. Nós temos a oportunidade de ter um local apropriado para as crianças se divertirem, conversarem, e isso tudo tem nos dado uma sensibilidade muito grande com a nossa fauna e a flora, que era muito distante, agora está se aproximando mais. Obras estruturantes que permitem novos pontos de comércio, novas atividades e novos atrativos para os investidores. Temos recebido muitos novos investidores, porque essas obras elas foram fundamentais para mudar a concepção da cidade. a preservação da água, dos córregos, das nascentes, a criação de novos pontos turísticos e os parques. Os parques, esses mudaram completamente a cara da cidade de Araguaína, porque as pessoas parecem não ter lugar para ir. E com o projeto, inclusive, da CAF, com o nosso município, permitiu que esses parques essas regiões pudessem se tornar parques, e esses parques proporcionar novos ambientes de negócio para a cidade, todos com cunho da preservação ambiental. Então, isso para nós tem sido muito importante. Nós estamos agora iniciando mais 4 novos parques com os recursos que foram destinados pela CAF. Então, são soluções para os problemas da nossa cidade e que geram oportunidades de negócio para o município e para investidores. São muitos os investidores a nível de Brasil que vão para Araguaína. Temos uma cidade onde abatemos quase 3.000 bois dia e que exportamos mundo afora, e que o trabalhador precisava de um ponto para ter o seu descanso. E esses parques estão servindo para melhor qualidade na saúde, na ambientação, uma integração com o meio ambiente. Então, um projeto extremamente importante para nós. Por isso, eu não me canso de agradecer à CAF por ter acreditado no nosso município e que nós estamos fazendo de tudo para melhorar a qualidade de vida da nossa população, integrando o meio ambiente, a fauna, a flora, preservando o meio ambiente e proporcionando qualidade e crescimento de vida. Isso tudo tem para nós um resultado muito grande. A cidade teve uma valorização muito grande. Os prédios, terrenos que eram antes, tinham uma prática de um preço pequeno, hoje valorizou bastante em função dessas melhorias que chegaram para a nossa cidade, que repercute a toda uma região que é importante para a Amazônia brasileira, para o Brasil de uma forma em geral. Então, gratidão à CAF por essa oportunidade que tem nos dado. E nós vamos continuar com novos projetos com a CAF, para que a gente possa continuar mudando a qualidade de vida da nossa população e, principalmente, preservando o meio ambiente e preservando a vida, a fauna e a flora.
Muchas gracias nuevamente, Prefeito Wagner. Realmente muy interesante.
Thank you very much once again, Mr. Wagner. It was very interesting to hear what you had to say and to talk about the transforming cities. I think it's a great opportunity for citizens to have a good place in the world, and they have to acknowledge the value of preserving cities. And this is very much a strategic asset for the future. So now we have the last intervention, and we have Ana Lucia. So I'd like you to tell us how we can take care of the Amazon forest, because it's being a source of employment and value for your citizens. And we'd like to know how this is generating a new economy for the city and a new development, which is precisely based on conservation and on knowledge and on the sustainable usage of our resources. There is a very important and interesting question that arises whenever mayor and mayors are talking, because they are in close contact with citizens, and they know when a policy is working or is not working. And in this sense, I'd like you to tell us a bit more of how these citizens of your citizen communities are finding new opportunities when taking care of forests. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'd like to start by thanking the opportunity that we've been given as CAF members, because we are focusing on the Amazon region. And I think this is a commitment of the national government to begin with, when it comes to the inauguration of the bicentenary park. So it's a great investment of several $1 million, and at the beginning of the following years, it will be even more important than now. And more importantly, we have several projects that have been developed within our cities that take care of our projects. Actually, there is a project from the environmental department in which it is not only present in my municipality, but it is present in 5 different municipalities. And everybody, young people, children, adults, everybody's taking care of the Amazon region and the environment. So we are focusing on environment and we are reusing waste. We are actually reusing other materials like fertilizers and manure, and we are moving from electricity to solar panels. We are also going to use rainwater, and we are going to create resilient schools. And there is also another important project that I'm very sure will see the light in no time, which is the cycloway that includes 3 different cities with these bike lane. We're going to foster the use of bikes and tourism, because we are going to merge the efforts of 3 different cities, and now we are getting even broader when we are talking and thinking of in what ways we can improve the quality of life of people who are living outside of the cities. I'd like to mention that they have to have an open door towards trade. So we have to know how in Bolivia, as we are the biggest exporter of nuts, of chestnuts. So actually, sometimes they are sold as Brazilian nuts from Bolivia. And as for today, we are working on a small project in which we are going to create nut milk in powder, so that this can be an edible product with no expiry date. And this is important for the selenium and the health of the people that are living in those cities. Acai, for example, which is consumed around the world, but we have to know that Brazil was one of the only countries that was using it. And now in Bolivia, we are ranked as the 2nd country in terms of consumption of acai. And we have to guarantee more than 10,000 employments for a region of 180,000 people. So if we have out of those 10,000 people who are working for the acai industry, it is quite relevant. And it is worth noting that as for today, we are also launching some other projects. So we have to add some more value to what we have already in the rural regions. We have to ensure a fair trade and a fair price for our markets. And we're going to do that through government policies. We have to ensure that children can have a proper lunch. And in Pando, in the north part of La Paz and Santa Cruz, we have to use these foods and the economy can start to change. So that is why we are about to build these eco cities, and they have to be interconnected, because these cities have to be our centers of interpretation when it comes to the Amazon region. We have to be aware of the fact that when we are drinking an acai drink, or we are eating a chestnut from the Amazon region, we have to be aware of these added value. And when we are consuming a product in the city, we have to have the necessary information. We have to know where it comes from, and we have to know how we have achieved all of these achievements precisely and breakthroughs. We have to know that it is a very risky activity. When you have to cut the chestnut or the coconut, there are many risks. You can be bitten by a snake, you can cut your hand or your finger, and that is why we have to foster tourism and conservation, because tourism, of course, is part of the added value that we are willing to foster and the economic growth within our region. So without further ado, thank you very much. And I'd like to tell you that we'll have a Park Peñata and we'll have the Bicentenario Park in no time in our cities. So thank you very much once again for your attention. Thank you very much, Lucia, for your kind words and for everything you're conveying regarding your municipalities and how we have generated new development and economic opportunities through these merge of commitments. And this is why we have to think of the cities as centers of interpretation around the world. And I'd like to close these second panel. So thank you very much for being here. Your stories and your ideas were very much inspiring. Thank you for sharing them with us. And I think this helps build a bio look when it comes to the COP30 with regards to the Amazon region, and it is essential to build a new relationship with nature, and we have to come up with new ways of building cities. Thank you very much once again. And getting out of the protocol, because we do everything for our mayors, we're going to prepare now the third session. And in the meantime, I'd like you to know that it will be moderated by Alicia Montalvo, Director of Positive Biodiversity and Climate Action. Well, so without further ado, we're going to move to the third session, the third panel, which deals with the implementation of biodiverse cities. So Alicia Montalvo is the president of Positive Biodiversity and Climate Action, and we'll have with us Elkin Velasquez, representative for Latin America and the Caribbean. And we also have with us Christelle Bourbon-Seclet, director of the program for funding cities of C40. And then we also have the great friend of the CAF, Mayor of Barranquilla, Colombia, Jaime Pumarejo. And before we start the session, we'd like to show you a brief video that we're going to share with all of us. It's just about 90 seconds long, and then we will start with today's panel. Thank you. Thank you very much. So I'm going to steal 15 minutes from you, Alicia, because I think this is what our work is about. I think an image is worth 1,000 words, but this is a very ambitious initiative in the Brazilian region. So we are seeing how we are all aligned with the diversity and the architecture. So thank you very much for showing this and leading by example. So Alicia, now you have the floor. Thank you very much, Angel. I think that this one has to be one of the most challenging and rewarding positions, which is being a mayor of a city. So I'm very jealous, I've got to say, because actually you're working on very tangible initiatives, I must admit. So now we are here in these closing panels. We've been through very long and tiring days. So we've got among us two important people who launched this topic of biodiversities. And I think this network that has been embraced by CAF is very important to all of us, but especially we want it to be very important for the cities. And that is why we would like to understand what was the role of this network as a platform and how we've been able to improve the cities. So we have here Jaime Pumarejo. It's been a pleasure to work with you and to see how you've developed cities. And that is why I would like you to tell us a bit more how you did this and how this has changed Barranquilla, Colombia, because we know that now is a completely different city compared to what it used to be. So what has been your experience with these initiative of biodiverse cities? Well, first of all, it is a pleasure to share with all of you this space. So thank you very much to CAF and Alicia for having me. And I think we have 40 people here around me. So it is a pleasure again to be with all of you because we have been working hand in hand to articulate these initiatives and to create today's cities and to develop today's networks. We started this idea 2 years ago with Charlie and Sergio and all of you here in Barranquilla. And this is where the network of biodiversities was launched. And it was quite a simple idea. Actually, the cornerstone was to be able to use our natural resources as a source of to generate employment, and so that we could be aware of what the needs of Latin American cities were that differ very much to compared to the cities of China, Europe, or North America, because we suffer much more than any of the other cities the effects of climate change, especially when it comes to the Caribbean area. In the Andean region, for example, we can feel it very closely. Likewise, you have to know that half of the countries of the COP, our goal is not to decrease our emissions, but to preserve our resources and use them to generate employment and jobs. This was the big theory from which everything was stemming from. We have to know that Barranquilla has the river Magdalena and the Caribbean Sea, and we have forests and rainforests too. So Barranquilla was not identified as a city that had nature at its reach, because Barranquilla was considered as a sports city and a culture city, but it would never be understood as a city that was in the middle of nature. Why? Well, because we were damaging our ecosystems. And I think that this was a turning point. What we did was to generate knowledge so that the Barranquilla people would be aware of what the treasures that were around them were. That is why we can create more quality of life and more money. For example, we have now the wetlands there is an urban forest which imitates and emulates a rainforest. And to my mind, it is very important. Why? Well, because we have many threats in this region, and we are trying to preserve these species that live in the area. For example, we have a mountain range next to our city, and the downside is that everything was about to be urbanized and built. This is why we have to invest on the eco park or launching other initiatives like ecosystems or using the rainwaters. So that's why I'm saying that it is important to raise awareness and to take ownership of nature conservation, because people would be just unaware of the problem. And now we are forcing people to look at the problem right in the eye. And when you're facing a problem, when you're face to face before that, you are forced to do something about it. And this is what happened in Barranquilla. In this network, we have joined more than 170 people that are going to use nature and use it as a leverage. Well, thank you very much for that. Actually, I've been present in Barranquilla several times, and it's true that I can sense the pride with which people are looking at their own city. So congratulations for that. And you actually mentioned of the importance of the network. You said that there were over 170 cities, and now I'd like to move on to the initiative C40, because this is a baseline. This is a reference initiative. So Cristal, could you please tell us a bit more about the role of these networks when it comes to enriching local activities, especially when it comes to biodiversity, but especially when it comes to adapting to climate change? Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and thank you for having me. Well, just to tell you what this is about, I think C40 is quite known, but I don't know whether all of you know about it. It was actually the merger, so to speak, of more than 40 cities in the early 2000s, and now we are antennas that represent 750 million inhabitants and 25% of the world GDP. So we have some mega cities, of course, but we also work with some other initiatives that represent 12,000 medium-sized and small cities. So within C40, as I said before, we gathered to share experiences and to deal with the necessary actions to fight against climate change when it comes to both mitigation and preservation, which is, of course, a bit more complex. That is why we also have some other networks of cities to exchange ideas and experiences, as Mayor Pumerho has pointed out before. And we have many complex topics here to deal with that are much more complex than the mitigation issues. And we need the intervention of many different players. We have to discuss about finances, structures, and we have to use these cities as a leverage to prepare these projects, because quite frequently they are considered as less profitable than other projects. So that is why we have to provide technical assistance to have jurisdictional and financial studies and environmental studies, of course, but these networks are important so that the voices of the cities can be heard. And that's why these firms are so important, because if I'm not mistaken, 30 minutes ago, we just launched the Local Climate Action Summit, and this gives a specific voice to many cities in this forum. and that's why they can get more green funding with the necessary tools, and also more blended finances and more subsidies to help foster their adaptation projects that are less profitable.
Thanks very much. Yes, indeed, we are committed in CAF to working directly with the cities, especially when it comes to adaptation. This needs to be spearheaded at local level. So it's very relevant what you were talking about. I just wanted to say that maybe you should be called C100 something, right? Instead of C40, you should update your names so that we are all aware of how important this network is. Thank you, Elkin Velasquez, for joining us in this panel. The United Nations drafted a resolution for diverse and resilient cities recently, joining two different concepts. So how is this going to reinforce what you're doing on cities and sustainable development? Yes, thank you, Alicia, for inviting UN Habitat. Just wanted to tell you an anecdote. When someone asks me, what do I do for a living? When my daughter asks me, I say I'm promoting the new urban agenda, the localization of the SDGs. I don't know if she understands what I'm saying, but then I tell her that when we started in Quito, Ecuador in 2016, the new urban agenda, one of the main topics was to achieve connected, integrated cities, and cities that manage to integrate. And the concept of integration is multi-dimensional. Once I heard a mayor from Colombia saying that when someone arrived to their city, you know, the mayor didn't care about who he was, who they were coming from. They just wanted to integrate that person and help that person to make their dreams a reality. And Jaime Comarejo is that mayor, the mayor of Barranquilla. So I'm so proud to be sitting here next to you. That integration needs to take place amongst people, cities, and also nature and society. So I'd say that you are the best example of multi-dimensional integration in Latin America, Barranquilla. So congratulations, Mayor Jaime. You're connecting green spaces, gray spaces, you know, concrete buildings and people and nature. That's what you're promoting in Barranquilla, and it's a great example. Colombia, including Monteria, I can see the former mayor of Monteria from Colombia, they also put this concept on the table. In CAF, you took this concept and you rethought it in other cities such as Rio, in the Bolivian Amazon. You know, this concept has been adopted in the UN. We can say that this can serve as an inspiration for other mayors all around the world. In the United Nations, we are no different to our 193 member states. Costa Rica and Colombia, two member states, put forward to UN Habitat the initiative of learning from the mayors of Barranquilla, Cobija, Monteria, and continue and take it to a global sphere. That's what they put forward. You know, that's what they do in UN Habitat, as you do in any parliament. This proposal was welcomed, and that's how we explain our resolution in the new resolution in UN Habitat. A very important topic is the concept on biodiversity in Latin America. we're very clear about this concept, but then this needs to be translated into other languages, experiences, and backgrounds. So in the UN, we have this concept of agreed language. And someone said, listen, why don't we use as agreed language biodiversities and bioresilient cities, so it becomes easier because some countries lack the experience of Latin America and the Caribbean. So in June 2023, the second assembly of UN Habitat gave the guidelines to the 193 countries and Latin America and the Caribbean framework and principles of action to come up with more integratory cities. So congratulations, CAF, Angel Cárdenas, President Mr. Granados, for your efforts and your work to transform Latin America and the Caribbean to achieve these integrated cities in all their dimensions. And thank you, Mayor Jaime, for inspiring us. So this is the background of that resolution, which is now available for all countries. Then you'll tell us whether your daughter understands what you do now or not. I'm sure she does, because you're very compelling in your storytelling. Thank you very much. We are now progressing on biodiversities and moving to a new phase, 2024, 2016, in collaboration with UN Habitat and Instituto Humboldt. We are trying to incubate projects and develop them. So we would like to know, what's your vision from a mayor's office perspective? How can you contribute to the development of the projects and our initiatives, Jaime? So that's the million-dollar question, and it's rather interesting. This COP is very inspiring. A couple of months ago, I was in Montreal, and many mayors and institutions were raising our voices, saying that we had to be present in the next COP. We already had our voice listened to in Egypt, but now we are consolidating our work. And thank you, CAF, for all you're doing and working for the mayors' voices to be heard. So some of us are working to better urban financing. Angel from CAF is part of that work. Mark from C40 is also part of this piece of work, and there are other people working on this. We're trying to change the way that cities are being funded. Some of that funding remains at national level, but then our challenges, the challenges of the mayors and everyone who work for us need to face those challenges. So it's almost like having a silver bullet, but we lack money.
los ODS, ¿qué importancia tiene que desde la conceptualización de los proyectos se tengan en cuenta estos dos grandes marcos? ¿Cómo trabajarlo desde el inicio? ¿Cómo lo hacéis? ¿Qué aconsejáis?
Yo aconsejo verlo con una perspectiva pecuniaria. Esto es utilizar los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible, la localización de los ODS, la nueva agenda urbana, no es solamente el principio, es también el final, porque sería el final en términos de inversión y de movilización de recursos, porque es ahí donde están una gran posibilidad para movilizar recursos más allá de los recursos públicos y, como ustedes me lo han dicho, en los bancos de desarrollo y recursos de los bancos de desarrollo. También necesitamos recursos del sector privado, recursos de los fondos de inversión, de los fondos soberanos, de las family offices, interesados en el impacto social. Y esa es la palabra clave. ¿Cómo medir el impacto social? A través de garantizar que esos proyectos bien estructurados de manera integrada tienen una relación y generan un impacto social mayor. Lo garantiza el haberlos alineados con los ODS y con la nueva agenda urbana. 3 ideas, algunas ya que se están materializando acá. Por supuesto que hay que incubar todavía más proyectos con esa perspectiva. Por ejemplo, los proyectos de biodiversidades. No es por casualidad que estamos teniendo esta conversación. Esta semana vamos a firmar una carta de intención entre ONU Habitat y la CAF, no es un spoiler, ya está en el programa, para avanzar en la incubadora de proyectos de biodiversidades, apoyando a esta red de alcaldesas y de alcaldes maravillosas y maravillosos de América Latina y el Caribe. Desde ONU Habitat, ¿de dónde venimos? De la experiencia del Cities Investment Facility, que materializa la idea de conectar pasar de las ideas a la inversión a través de evidencia, buena planificación y estructuración muy buena, muy integrada, siguiendo el ejemplo de Barranquilla, de esos proyectos y oportunidades de inversión para facilitar la conversación con esas nuevas formas privadas. Estamos en la COP28 en Dubái, hay muchas de esas formas privadas de inversión interesadas en esa conversación aquí en Dubái. Y la tercera, que tampoco es un spoiler, con la cara privada de la CAF, la cara privada del BID, que también está acá, y otros actores, estamos iniciando una conversación latinoamericana sobre la transición energética verde justa en las ciudades, exactamente, y en torno a las ideas de power sharing, en fin. Lo importante de todo esto es los ODS y la nueva agenda urbana nos sirven, además de para mejorar la calidad de vida de las comunidades y de las ciudades, para aumentar la inversión con impacto social en esas ciudades y en esas comunidades.
Muchas gracias, Elkin. Has planteado un tema que me gustaría que con esto podamos cerrar con Cristel. El tema de cómo articular proyectos bancables, ¿no? y qué papel juegan las redes como C40, la red de biodiversidades, a la hora de que la acción climática se meta en la planificación financiera desde momentos más tempranos y eso, cómo conseguir que haya proyectos bancables que también se involucre, por tanto, el sector privado. ¿Cómo podemos trabajar en esta aceleradora para impulsar eso?
Pues me parece la CAF lo está haciendo todo muy bien, porque hay 2 retos muy importantes de mi punto de vista. Uno es la planificación. Lo hacemos nosotros dentro de C40. La afiliación a la C40 es gratis, bajo compromiso de un requerimientos mínimos que llamamos los Leadership Standards. Y dentro de estos, el primer estándar es de adoptar un plan de acción climática. Y eso le da a la ciudad muchísima previsibilidad y una gobernanza más fuerte, ¿no? Y previsibilidad para también el sector privado, para los invertidores. Y el segundo desafío, me parece, es la preparación de proyecto. Así que nosotros apoyamos 2 facilidades de preparación de proyectos dentro de C40. Una facilidad que es el Gap Fund, apoyado por el Banco Mundial y el Banco Europeo Internacional, no, de Inversiones, la BI, no sé cómo se dice en español. Les apoyamos, es una facilidad de prefactibilidad cuando ya el proyecto es a nivel muy inmaduro, a nivel concepto. Y otro que es nuestra facilidad interna que se llama City Finance Facility, CFF, y que apoya los proyectos paso a paso, digamos, en todos los estudios que nombré anteriormente, que en particular en proyectos de adaptación que son tan complicados, como decimos, no generan ingresos, las externalidades positivas no son optimizadas, así que esos proyectos cuentan con muchos estudios para valorizar y entender mejor cuáles son los modelos económicos que funcionen. Por eso es tan importante apoyar el esfuerzo y entiendo que eso forma parte, ¿no?, de la red de biodiversidades, ¿no?, con este acelerador.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias. Yo no sé si alguno de los tres quiere añadir algo. La verdad es que ha sido una discusión muy interesante y yo creo que os habéis ido reforzando mutuamente. Que me parece que podemos avanzar en esta línea de seguir trabajando en biodiversidades con el apoyo vuestro y nada, muchísimas gracias a todos y damos por terminado este panel para que Ángel pueda hacer la clausura. Ah, no. ¿Nos quedamos?
Muchas gracias. Ahora me lo cambiaron. Esto es lo bueno de hacer televisión en vivo, ¿no? Dicen. No, muchísimas gracias, Alicia. Felicidades por la excelente moderación con el tremendo panel que tenías con Jaime, que es nuestro socio desde el día número 1. Jaime, de nuevo, yo siempre te lo agradezco, no porque hagamos cosas juntos siempre, pero sin tu liderazgo esto no hubiera sido posible. Elkin, socio, tremendo socio que estamos armando, y ya hizo el spoiler. El 4 de diciembre vamos a firmar la carta de intención con la directora ejecutiva. Está en el programa, así que no era spoiler, es público. Y Cristel, bueno, sabemos que CAF y C40 vienen trabajando juntos y van a haber buenas sorpresas próximamente. Yo más allá que hacer un cierre, quiero más bien hacer lo que creo que es nuestra misión y lo que mejor hacemos, que es justamente pasar a la acción. Y quiero hacer una firma del compromiso a la adhesión de la red de biodiversidades por parte del gobierno autónomo descentralizado de Aguarico en Ecuador. Este sería la ciudad número 180 y creo que no hay mejor ciudad 180 que una que esté tan cercana al Amazonas, porque eso de nuevo cruza justamente nuestro gran objetivo y que estamos trabajando de la mano de Alicia justamente en cómo poder impactar mejor el Amazonas, cómo resguardar esa biodiversidad y cómo de nuevo poner en el centro de la planificación urbana la biodiversidad. Así que solamente los que están conectados ahí, denos un par de minutos para que podamos trabajar la logística, e invito a Alicia, a Jaime y por favor también a Elkin como actores claves que me acompañen en la firma de la adhesión, y por supuesto al alcalde y a nuestro gerente de Europa y Asia y Oceanía y Ultramar, Ignacio Corlazoli. Muchas gracias. Dennos 2 minutos los que están conectados. Es un hito importante para nosotros en el marco de la COP firmar. Y gracias por excelente panel. Van a poner la mesa. Y ahora sí, con esto damos por concluido nuestro evento. De nuevo, muchísimas gracias a quienes se han mantenido conectados y por supuesto a todos los que han participado. Que tengan feliz tarde y noche acá.